Oh wait, what the heck am I doing? This is the 5 minute and 20-second version of this song that I've been playing. What are the recommends? There's a 1 hour version right here. It doesn't have the floating cats though. Let's compare. 1 hour version, but no floating cats. 5 minute version, but all the floating cats? Well, I guess more like falling cats. I don't know, this version sounds crisper too. Maybe it doesn't always have to be 1 hour. I mean, 5 minutes and 20 seconds is plenty of time. That lasts most breaks, that lasts a pre-stream. Crisper audio, falling cats. I think this might be the superior version. Anywho, folks, happy Monday, good morning. Once again, I have woken up at like, where's the game? The game's up, where is it? Does it capture? Did the capture swap around over the weekend? Capturing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There it is. Had to wake up to capture this time. I guess we're all waking up late today. Another 9 a.m. day for me. But at least in my defense this time, it's not because my circadian rhythm is all acting up. This time it's because I had found out about King of Dragon Pass, a 1999 game that was overly ambitious, and this sounds way quiet today. Overly ambitious cost $500,000 for an indie team in 1999 to make, and nobody wanted to pick it up because genre blending adventure RPG strategy games hadn't been invented yet. And I was reading like a history article about the game, and the more I read, the more I thought, hey, this is really cool, this history is really cool. And so I picked it up on Steam because in 2015 or so, in the 2010s, they came out with a iOS version. Now that modern conventions caught up with their 1999 ambitions, and that iOS version found its way to Steam. And while naturally being an iOS port with iOS port controls does have some interface, it's addicting. Started off just playing a tutorial game of it, where it tells you what to do for the first few turns. Be like, hey, this does that, do this is that, do that. And then good luck losing after the tutorial turns are done with. And very nearly making it to the end of a short game. Had to quit because almost 2 a.m. last night. So there I am, staying up until almost 2 in the morning. Of some old retro game and not even streaming it. So I've completely forgotten where we left off in Ace Attorney. I'm going to need a game to remind me. I know it's called Kokoro. I know that it's halfway through the trial, so this should be the investigation, day 2. But all in my head are mythologies and lores of fictional gods for a barbarian people. Because you need to know that stuff. It's such a complex game, in ways. It's kind of like Crusader Kings in that, from the outset, and when you're just starting, it's so many complex, esoteric systems. And once you start playing with it, and doing one bit at a time, you start realizing how the parts connect and what you want to do. And part of that includes having to brush up on the lore and the myth to recreate them in rituals. Old Bailey to throw at the chamber. Catch us up to last Friday. I gotta get Ace Attorney back into my head. This really does sound way quiet though. Let me see something. Let me see something. No, that's good. I could hear me and I could hear the game. That's the balance that I like. I can hear myself though, and my voice still sounds dumpy and dorky. Good morning too. This isn't the day after, is it? This should be like right afterwards. Right after the trial got suspended. So maybe morning trial and finish before noon, then afternoon investigating. Why do what? Why keep you from the gallows for one more day? A spiritual enlightenment, Mr. Atsume. He's not too far off. His path does seem to involve lots of British people's death. At least 3 scenes so far. Well, 2.5. More like 2. 1 and 2 halves, since the 2 victims didn't actually die. Not even been a week. Ouch. So these first 3 trials are really back-to-back then. After the trial. Oh, he's way back to Japan. Win this battle on your own merit. Susato, you put too much faith in him. Exactly. He overslept, he's doing his own errands. About to begin. Oh. Okay. Well, they said suspend the trial. I thought it was going to be trial, investigation, trial, investigation. They were testing for poison, right? Poison in the tea, in the soaps. That's why I thought they were going to take, like, the afternoon off. While that all gets done with. But I guess no. I guess just two trials in a row. I'm actually kind of disappointed that we don't really get that trial, investigation cycle. Which is fine. The work cases and other race attorneys were nothing but back-to-back trial. And those are really exciting too. But still, there hasn't been one split day yet. Okay, let me refresh myself then. What do we have? Armband, books, map, teacups. One of which deep long enough to have a tea ring. Because he was saving his tea for soap to make coins. Torn letter. Olive Green's brother? Right, that was a big revelation. That Olive Green's, not brother, her paramour, her lover from art school. It's all coming back to me now. The tribes and clans of Dragon Pass are slowly fading away from my mind as I remember what went on in turn of the century Britain and Ace Attorney verse. So, Shamlock. Shamlock? Shamspear. Shamspear, actually, a thief/murderer who was on death row, used to live on the first floor apartment in the GAA2 house. Gets arrested, put to prison up in Manchester, dies before his execution, and 3 days later shows up at Shamlock. But the first floor flat is occupied by Olive Green's fiancée, so he's got no choice but to occupy the ground floor. Messes with the pipes to gas Olive Green's boyfriend to death. First floor vacant, but then Natsume moves in right afterwards, cause rent is super cheap. And oh no, he can't get to whatever is up in here, which is going to be like his treasures or whatever, and is now trying to gas Mr. Natsume to death. And that's not working, so he fakes his own death to frame Mr. Natsume. And up on top, Mr. GAA2 watches the gas and when people go asleep, and that's why he was so worried. But it's also probably why he sees the gas flare up at certain hours of the night when Natsume is being gassed. That's a catch-up. All refreshed, all reminded. This, I still don't know. Maybe he's pounding the walls in frustration because the guy just won't die. Or maybe pounding on the wall is how he messes with the gas. Maybe that's it. Because how is he messing with the gas enough to turn off Natsume's pilot light in his oven and turn it from keeping heat in the winter night to just gassing him in his sleep? Probably pounding on the wall so close to the pipe is upsetting something enough to discombobulate the pilot light and shut it off? GAA2 and Olive Green's boyfriend. Article. Alright. Chosen by lot. Is that how they got the same exact people? Justice will be done is an interesting choice of words. Maybe this is the era where Apollo Justice can come back for his own spin-off game. In 2000 whatever, it was too different from the Phoenix Wright cycle. I thought it was too silly. There are parts of it that were too silly. It was kind of like the fifth bonus case of the first game that had some interesting elements that really pushed up the ridiculousness factor. I don't think we were ready for Apollo Justice. But if there's anything that Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies taught us, is that we do love Apollo now. Maybe now's the right time. Bring Apollo back. You know, I think that this old man is supposed to be different from the Doctor. They shared the exact same model, except for different clothes. But the Doctor never goes on at length about the Lord show us the light. We aren't given names after all, just zero numbers. Did he say yesterday? No, that's right. That was a daybreak in the trial. So we do get multiple days between trials, but we don't get to investigate in the interim. A liquid of a more sanguine hue, you vampire. Now hold on. The whole point of taking a day off in the trial was to get the evidence back on the tea, and instead, he's putting a witness in the box first. This is related to the tea. Okay, it is. But is it poison? That's the important thing. That's the tea. Well, there you go then. The strychnine was not in the tea. Mr. Natsume did not bring it in. And that's the only fluid that Mr. Natsume brought in. That gives you all the reasonable doubt that our client needs to get on. Your Excellency, your verdict please. You see, if this was real life, then the case would be done right here. The whole case hinged on Mr. Natsume brought tea in, and that tea was a vector for poisoning. And now that we've proved that the tea had no strychnine, then there is enough reasonable doubt to declare him not guilty, and that's it. We have won. But it's Ace Attorney, so it's not enough to prove that he did not have the means to do it, that the only reason he was arrested is false, that there's too much doubt that he did not do it. No, that doesn't matter. We have got to find the real killer, and prove the real killer didn't.
Objection!
Jumping to conclusions, that is the purpose of the court. The purpose of the court is, this whole case hinges on him poisoning a sham spear with tea full of strychnine that he brought in. We just proved the strychnine is not the tea. Van Zeeks, you are being ridiculous. Your man on the dock, Mr. Gregson himself, just said a day ago that if all he had is a drop of the tea that can prove whether or not it has strychnine, you're moving the goalposts. You understand? Does a tea at least get updated to doesn't contain strychnine? No. It just enters people's minds that, alright, the tea did not have any strychnine in it. Speaking of spiking tea. Is there anything that isn't better with coconut? Oh, another fake Manolia. Just when is Twitch gonna get a handle on those fake follows, those follow bots from that hacker group? It's been well over a week now. This is what, week 3? Maybe I should just do what the bigger streamers do, and just turn off bottle notifications entirely. Just have sub and vid notifications. So, no notifications ever for anybody. You know, I think I'll do just that. Where is my alert box? Alert box. Follows. Disabled. At least for alerts. At least until the Manolios and the rest of the follow bots stop being a regular occurrence. A room full of the sweet feel given, sweetness out of the tea. Oh, the fuel, he's talking about the gas. Never mind. I thought we were still the tea topic. So what is your game here, Sham Spear? Because confessing to stealing the gas is kind of ruining your esteem with the jury. They don't see you as trustworthy at all. Is he hoping, is his defense here that no, I'm simply a gas thief, that doesn't make me a murderer? If he must lock me away for a year or two, and then send me back on my way? Is that his foreshadowing that he was the thief/murderer from Manchester, who already died once just before his execution?
Objection!
Will it be cleared up by the witness testimony of this clown? Well, you see, it was spontaneous generation. The tea consistency. That's true. That's not true. Is that where the tea ring is finally going to come to play? That the tea in the soap could only have come from his cup, because his cup was the only one that sat long enough. So if there's no tea in the soap, that means there's no tea in his cup. Never did a drop of drink pass his lips. But we know for a fact that the tea ring is in his cup. There's no tea on Mr. Natsume's cup. Alright. Easy cross-examination. Easy first cross-examination for the second day. We don't get to investigate his room. Mr. Natsume has been in prison this whole time. He could be searched in prison for his body. His room was right there this whole afternoon on the first trial. Could have been investigated. Or any bottle. Alright, let's get this preamble over because I know exactly what evidence to press on what bit of testimony. Can't skip through the animation. Finally, let me in! Was my cup alone. Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Liar!
Objection!
How's that? When is a mod that replaces objection with just shouting out liar? And where do T-rings come from, Van Zeeks? For a while, Your Honor. You get it. You get it. And don't try to say that only Shamspeare had tea, because we already established as fact they both drank tea. You're just walking back into your life, Shamspeare. Just quit already.
Objection!
About time for him to exit pursued by a bear. Seven times a trial. I would say that he's trying to get drunk, but all he does is sniff the aroma and then smash it or toss it into the audience. I don't know. As far as drink sticks go, he's no good oil. In the accused cups. And the small teapot left the scene. Did he leave the teapot at the scene? He did. I don't like this. Van Zeek's whole thing is that he specifically goes after those entrenched people in high society and in government to evade the law. And here he is helping out the obvious liar and murderer. Hey, public access comedy. Good morning. What is going very well enough. Have absolute buffoons in front of me, trying to pass off obvious lies. and justice-bound prosecutors somehow helping them. Ace Attorney does have good, ridiculous characters and animations. A few rare occasions too far too ridiculous, but most times just the right balance. But there was tea in his own cup, we know, because there's a ring in it. Why would he use tea from the teapot if there was tea in his tea?
Objection! Objection!
The crux of it isn't courtrooms, but there's plenty that takes place out of the streets for investigations, in people's private offices or domiciles. But a lot does take place in the court. The proper genre for these games is something like courtroom battle after all. Now hold on, every single time that I propose a theory, he's always like, oh right, then where's your evidence? This man is literally the prosecution, he's proposing a new theory. Where's his proof? Isn't the onus of evidence on the prosecution? Which is literally him. Or no, I think it's waffling. Did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House. Is that supposed to be the hook we need? Because Olive Green was going to meet with someone at Grubb's Greenery Ale House the night she got stabbed. They won't even let you bring your cape. Where's the justice in that? If the judges get to wear big fancy robes, why can't everyone wear a cape to court? A cape to court. A broth called soup. After dine at Grubb's Grubbery on soup and salad. His sins that we have reasonable doubt he did not do again. They've all been swayed by waffles. Which at least does mean we get to play with summation examination. Okay, that's good. That means you get to play summation examination again. And hello, frame drops. Dipping into the 3000 and 1000 kilobyte per second.
Guilty!
Just brief hiccup.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh, happy day, Shakespeare, as if you haven't seen several summation examinations in the first day of trial already. Is this only the second summation examination for this trial? Thought we had more. Guess I'm just used to doing so many now. Logically be guilty, even though we don't have evidence of tea in the teapot remaining. So I could pair Juror 4 against Juror 2 for that, but I'm not sure if that'll work. But maybe it is gas. We didn't get a full autopsy report because the guy wasn't dead. It says cause of coma was ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, but it's not exactly clear as to whether strychnine was found in his system or if that's just their assumption. Because he could have gassed himself. There is some early forensics. If you're playing the court cases in Japan, all they give you is a brief post-mortem, where the cops look at the body, make a decision, and that's it. But in the Britain cases, they do give a proper autopsy if the victim is dead. But in this case, the victim is alive, and probably the true killer of himself. So you can't exactly autopsy a living person, sadly. But surely you can run some tests and see if there is presence of some poisons in him. I'm just not clear on whether or not that happened. Like it says, the cause was ingestion of strychnine. But it doesn't specifically say that they found strychnine on him. So I'm not sure if that's meant to just be taken at face value, it was strychnine, or if it is just suggestion, I can't really tell. Establish the method by which he was actually poisoned. I don't know. That sounds like maybe I am on the right track with thinking that it might not actually be strychnine. Because he has been gassing his upstairs neighbor to asphyxiate him, has killed at least one, but Natsume's too skittish, so keeps waking up. So maybe... I don't know. As you're saying, gas is far too expensive. You could see, like you would avoid paying. And you're saying, gas doesn't come for free, costs a fortune to deliver it. So maybe could pitch you against you?
Objection!
I do have penalties to spare. Oh, penalty time, my first penalty in a summation examination. But those two statements are at odds. You have one juror saying it's okay to steal gas, the other saying don't steal gas. Yeah, that is an inconsistency. Is it or is it not okay to steal gas? Stuff explodes and it can poison you.
Hold it!
Do go on. No, Ryanusuke, maybe we do want to talk about the gas. I mean, he's straight up talking about gas poisoning, not just gas asphyxiation. Steady job, Narugudo, with a big London company. Didn't get anything for that though.
Hold it!
That's just sugar, man. You're British. The Brits enjoy sugar in their tea. Salty. Oh, that's not poison, that's just salt. Even worse than poison, defining the tea. If nothing else passed his lips.
Hold it!
What evidence? There is no evidence pointing back to Mr. Natsume. All the evidence says he hasn't done it. Show him new evidence. We don't have new evidence, but this evidence was good. No tea in Natsume's cup, tea in Shamspeare's cup. The soap, and it's no poison. The whole, well, maybe the poison of the teapot is conjecture. Where's the teapot? Where's the testing?
Hold it!
Renosuke made this president. Because we know the guy was getting gas. Maybe he was made ruthless. Ruthless enough to kill. Juror number 2. The gas thief was down below, not Natsume. Do agree that gas is far too expensive. So nothing changed for her either.
Hold it!
Modified a Tesla. Full Tesla. More deities and gas thieves. Hidden. Don't tell me other people are bottling up her gas and selling it at a discount. Disconnect our pipes. Divert gas to their own rotten pipes. Maybe what he's done. Maybe he's got his own pipes inside the wall that we can't see. And that's why he pounds on that part of the wall. There's nothing behind the painting has been moved, hence no handprints on the painting. But maybe if he does have pipes in there, secret pipes, that he's pounding at night, maybe that's what's poisoning Natsume above. Because there is apparently a connection from the first floor room and the ground floor room, if the cat's going back and forth between them. Wagahaya is clearly not big enough to use a door.
Oh yeah!
Oh, something new?
Excuse me!
Oh, golly! If his face wasn't so long, that would almost be a perfect thinking emoji. A secret check of property. Secrets. Only thing I can think is that gas pressure should be coming out of the pipe, and if he can blow in, maybe that means it's being diverted? Low pressure. Make the pressure drop temporarily. Maybe that is what he's doing. He's blowing on the pipe to push air through the low pressure pipes upwards to the first floor. Possibly blowing out the pilot lights. And then when the gas flow resumes, there's no pilot light, so no fire, no heat. Just poisonous gas filling up Mr. Natsume's room. Which you know is happening, he's woken up several nights to his pilot light being off. Any lights connected would flicker for a moment. And all this time, Mr. GAA2 has stated, at least once, that he watches the lights flicker, because his assumption is that if the light's flickering, that means someone's going to sleep or waking up. If they turn their gas on or off. But no, that flickering light is Shamspear attempting to murder the resident above him. The shape of the true crime is finally starting to form. Your house blew up. The lights all went off, the pilot lights even. And with the stove, gas pouring into the house. Extinguished lamps and stoves of the same network. So maybe Shamspear didn't deliberately poison himself to frame Natsume. Maybe he just did the same thing he always does, and blows into the pipes to turn off the pilot light upstairs, and poison Natsume to death like he did for Olive Green's boyfriend. But blew too hard this time and blew his own pilot light out. That's probably it then. Tried to kill Natsume, almost killed himself, but because Mr. GAA2 is keen on poisonings now, kicked the door down before it could asphyxiate him too much. Except you weren't there when the door was kicked in. We've only got Mr. GAA2 and Natsume's testimony for that. And neither mentioned actually smelling gas, I don't think. Extinguish everything in the house. What to pair you with? If nothing else passed his lips. The gas pipe, I guess? The gas passing his lips? Maybe that's it? If he blows too hard into the pipe? Juror 3 and 6 together, maybe?
Hold it!
I don't think the Doctor was hard of hearing either, so I guess these two characters are meant to be different ones that share the same model with different clothes. Quite possibly. I'm not sure that I could link blowing in the pipes to nothing else passing his lips, because we don't have proof, do we? That he blew on the pipes. But I guess if the prosecution doesn't need evidence to propose a theory, we don't either. Now, of course we do. It's the Ace Attorney double standard. Okay, what if I push on your new statement and see if anybody reacts?
Hold it!
Even on different floors. Confirm that. So nothing new, but Naruhodo is catching up. Maybe pit you against you then? Nothing else past the victim's lips? But you can blow into a pipe?
Objection!
Mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall lights. Ryanosuke, if he was blowing into the gas pipes, when strychnine doesn't even enter into this anymore, man, we have a different avenue of poisoning beyond strychnine.
Objection!
Well, at least the train is on the right track now. Even if the intended station is way wrong. eye on the wall. See, there's a box there. And we can't see this picture, but the box did have handprints on it. I thought the box was used to cover up the part of the floor to hide his gas stealing scheme. But apparently, I guess that's it then. That puts it all together. The box on the floor, the handprints on the wall, to reach the gas. Ah, the lamp then. Now this makes sense. Well, there you go. We have evidence. We got photographs. 2 photographs, one for the box, one for the hands.
Objection!
On multiple occasions, hence all the handprints.
Take that!
Imprints. Don't mention the name Sadato. Van Zeeks hears that, he must throw it out. On the box, just to the side of this lamp, around the picture, but not actually on the picture. The reason isn't obvious. Really, Ryunosuke? With the previous occupant of the first floor flat murdered by gas poisoning, and the second current occupant currently waking up at night with a pilot light off and gas filling his room, and the reason isn't clear? The stove.
Objection!
Then keep silent Van Zeeks, don't influence the summation examination. If you want to contest this, you'll have your time afterwards. At least we're presenting evidence, Mr. Oh wait, maybe the poison's actually the teapot. If the poison was in the teapot, wouldn't it be in both cups too? Ergo, would be in the tea anyway? See, Susato, shouldn't have mentioned Mr. Sholmes. But it could sway the jury, right? If not the formal court, at least the jury could be swayed by their admiration for Sholmes. As formal evidence. Well, Van Zeeks could influence the jury off of less, so might as well. Apparently that's a precedent. If it's not valid evidence for the court, it's valid evidence for the jury. Dude, Ninja War. Nobody else voting non-guilty? Three. Just one more friendly juror? Juror 5 maybe? Juror 4? A free handshake with Mr. Sholmes for any juror that votes non-guilty. No, gotta keep going. Man of logic. You've already voted, so we can't use you anymore. Or you. Which means that only possibilities are you, and you. Man of logic considered all the evidence. And I can't press or pit on you guys anymore. I guess back to pressing everyone. We could easily prove the skin prints if we had some of that chemical. Touch stuff around the counter, spread it around. They could see for themselves. Where the poison was, Ryunosuke, you're still going for the poison was the pipe and not the poison's in the pipe as a gas itself? Don't you go changing your mind, Juror 2. Or Juror 3. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, you two are good. There's no take-backs. there more proof? Below the pipe? Supporting testimony? GAA2 maybe, because GAA2 does watch the lights. I don't think I have evidence. That's just about Mr. Shamspeare's passivity, dying before execution. Previous occupant, the landlord. Gotta be testimony, gotta be Mr. GAA2 on the stands. In the GAA2 residency, to remind the player, just in case you forgot, who to check into.
Take that!
What? Are you sure? But that works, he watches the pipes. He knows when the pipes flare up or not. Really? But that's literal eyewitness. He had his eyes on the pipes. He knows when it flares. Natsume then?
Hold it!
Because Natsume wakes up to the suffocation? Testimony from Natsume, both the defendant and the witness box.
Take that!
Though I still say Mr. GAA2 would have been the better answer. They both could testify on the gas, but Mr. GAA2 especially, he was up, he was watching. Plus, he isn't the defendant that everyone already susses hard. If the landlord himself is saying, yes, I watched the lights, and Mr. Natsume's, and the lights flared up at 1 in the morning, that testimony alone is harder evidence than Sasuke's. And then could pull Mr. Natsume on to corroborate that statement with that statement. That's gonna be the why. Why would he possibly blow out the pot of light? And then we link it to the past murder of the previous occupant? We got it a very similar way. With only 3 penalties to spare in my budget. You're done, Van Zeeks? Well, there you have it then. The prosecution has left. They forfeited, they defaulted. Not guilty. Well, now let's pull in Mr. GAA2 then. Mr. GAA2 can confirm that yes, the gas did flare up.
Objection!
If they won't believe Mr. Sholmes, assuredly they'll believe the landlord. Landlord and veteran. All these future gammons love that combination.
Objection!
But there is presence of poison on the pipe. It's in the pipe, it's a gas itself. Naruto. Forget the strychnine, it's all about the gas now. He blew into the pipes, blew out the pipe upstairs, the pilot upstairs, and his own, accidentally poisoning himself. Murder. Aha. Finally. Right track. And now you're seeing the station you have to go to.
Take that!
Mr. GAA2 up on the second floor would still notice the light flicker with that brief interruption. Finally bringing it up. Right? No, you're not bringing up GAA2 watching the lights.
Objection!
Hughes is the aggressor. Nuh-uh. Forget the pipe now. There's no poison in it. There is no poison. I was gonna say, maybe Mr. GAA2 knew, and then poisoned the pipe. But that can't be right then, because Mr. GAA2 saw. Mr. GAA2 noticed from the pipe not flickering in the morning that Shamspear did not wake up and thus ran down to save him from inhalation. So I don't think GAA2's a killer. I think that who put the strychnine on the pipe is a huge red herring. There is no poison on the pipe, not on it. But when would he have done it? When would he have gone into the alleged victim's apartment, removed the light fixture off his wall, and planted strychnine on the pipe? Shamspear would have testified to that effect. Van Zeeks, again, onus of proof is on the prosecution. Where is your proof that Mr. Natsume at one point straight up removed the light, planted poison, and put the light back in without Shamspear noticing even? You're telling me that establishing that Mr. Shamspear is trying to poison Natsume puts all the guilt on Natsume and no suspicion on, hey, you've established this dude is trying to kill somebody? Apparently because everyone in Britain is a goldfish. Did they? Did they though? Did they really? I know who the true culprit is, but I don't think that Mr. Shamspear put strychnine on the gas pipe to ingest strychnine off the gas pipe. Unless for once in his life he's being really big brain and figures that, well, this gas poisoning doesn't kill Mr. Natsume. Maybe I could pretend to be poisoned myself. But that would require him assuming that someone's gonna kick out the door and find him in the first place. A possible culprit for poisoning the gas pipe.
Objection!
One other person involved in all this. That phrasing makes me think that it's not implicating Shamspear himself because he's saying other person. But you're the only one who would have done it though. It can't be Mr. Garadeb, because even though Garadeb knows when the lights flicker, so someone's turning on or off the pipes, and you also know that your previous tenant was killed by gas inhalation after he moved in, you straight up kicked his door down, or had Mr. Natsume kick his door down to rescue him of the possibility of gas inhalation. So I don't think he put poison on it. I don't think he did. Because if you did put poison on the gas pipe to prevent him from extinguishing his pilot lights, then why would you turn around and save them? You know? If you did that, and you know what he's up to, why not testify to that effect? It can't be Olive Green trying to avenge her boyfriend, because she has no idea who he is. And you were stabbed that night. Unless she came back, having met him first. You meet him at the pub, as per the envelope, and the letter they're in, telling you to meet with him. And then, in a fit of revenge, you somehow enter his room, poison his gas pipe with strychnine, leave, and then while walking out the door get stabbed in the prior case for the falling knife. Well, that can't be right, because then how do you get access? You don't have access to his room. Can't be you, because you're watching from the outside. Maybe it was. Maybe that's why you're watching from the outside. Because you are under the employ of her. Because you suspected, rightfully so, that this fellow's a gas thief. Maybe you put strychnine on the pipe at one point during an investigation into the meter to make sure it wasn't being filtered out to some other place. Could. He's got access, he's got motive. And it is a known company secret that you blow onto the pipe to see where it goes. But then you do the pipe blowing, wouldn't you? So why would you poison the pipe that you yourself would blow on to check? And it can't be Duncan Ross, because he's dead. One other person involved, the true culprit of this crime. But I still think the true culprit is Mr. Shakespeare himself. And that strychnine's a red herring completely. And if I had to go off more game mechanics than in-game logic, we don't have any evidence to implicate the gas company worker. We don't have any evidence for Meter Man. We do have evidence that implicates Mr. Shakespeare with his own identity. Possible motive for Mr. Garadev. But Garadev wouldn't have access either. He doesn't have the key. If he had the key to the apartment, then he wouldn't have had to have Natsume knock on the door. It's all down to access. And if I had to go to the more Watsonian answer, we know for a fact that Mr. Garadev is free and in the clear, because this is a secret case that takes place in the first game that you don't know about. But all throughout the first game, after that trial, Mr. Garadev is free, he walks about. He's there in the prologue in his own apartment, talking about visiting the missus in jail because the missus went to jail, or accidentally stabbing somebody, but he never went to jail himself. So he's in the clear. The true culprit has to be him. It could only be himself. There's no way that it's Mr. Garadev. And there's no way that it's Olive Green, because Olive Green has no access to his apartment. She doesn't know who he is. They were going to meet up in the pub, but there was no name attached to the letter. She has no reason to believe that it was him. And he got stabbed in a way too, only to wake up in the hospital room sometime later. The same hospital room as him after his poisoning. But beyond that... I don't think Olive Green was a true killer. I want to believe this is self-inflicted. Well, I have 3 candidates. 1, 2, and 3. And I have 3 penalties to go. Was it self-inflicted?
Take that!
The music has not changed. This person, not even giving a name, it's generic. I got it wrong. Highly suspicious. Eyes wiggling. Penalty time. I'm really implicating somebody other than Shamspear? Is it Olive Green after all? It was going to meet with Shamspear on that night?
Take that!
It's not generic, so I guess that is the right answer. But when would she have had access? She has motive, sure, if she knows about Shamspear. Now I thought that poison came from the hospital. But then again, Mr. Sholmes did confiscate the poison to analyze it his own way. Maybe Sholmes could have burst in and say, after all, it was strychnine. We're floundering, claiming never heard of her, even though we have a letter to prove we don't have the letter, she does. With that letter, that proves their connection, in an envelope that perfectly matches his tear. Plus, you kept memento of your past killing. You kept the picture of her boyfriend. A short recess. Alright, that's gonna be a save then. One hour sufficient? How about 5 minutes? Which means BRB in the perfect place, or to be continued in the perfect place for BRB. Because it's going to be another 2-hour drought for the next save point, which means for stretch of the legs, grabbing a bathroom break, filling drinks, now is the perfect time to do it. So BRB for a bit, then we'll resume. Oh, rip, 6 minutes that time? Oh well. Can't deny a good leg stretch. Traveling Frog, 1 hour. What's Traveling Frog? Oh, this sounds cute. Is this also in the spirit of Neko Atsume? Traveling Frog. Tabukeru, free-to-play mobile game. Released November 2017. Similar to the mobile game Neko Atsume, developed by the same company. Low-pressure, non-competitive game with carefully designed graphics. Ah. Might check that out. But the frog has no bearing on this case. So the frog won't get to be BRB music. Really? Are they really going to peg Olive Green as a true killer? Because that's kind of tragic if so. Her boyfriend gets murdered by Sham Spear. Natsume here almost gets murdered by Sham Spear. And then Olive Green ends up being the true culprit and sent to the gallows. That'd be cruel even for the Dark Race attorneys. Shomes. What are you here for? Are you here with the bottle that Green had? And yet, he slept as late as I did today. But of course, true genius, this man. And as a result, you overslept. See, once again, this perfectly encapsulates the post-Enlightenment era sciences, which, if it didn't come from an established, affluent white institution, it doesn't count as knowledge. What counts as knowledge shared by people, be it, well, some say common sense, but common sense doesn't exist, or ethnic knowledge, indigenous knowledge, doesn't count, unless Shomes himself confirms it. What's not gonna play? Is it Strychnine? So, did Olive Green really somehow gain access to Shamspear's flat? And then inexplicably put strychnine all over his pipes? Does contain strychnine. Well, then strychnine wouldn't be kept with the medicine set. They wouldn't keep that in the medicine cabinet above the patient's beds. Even under lock and key, you don't keep the poisons and the medicines together. Bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. You could have a word after I examine the evidence. And there is nothing to examine. And it all spills out. But Naruhodo, if you have to poison yourself, you don't want strychnine anyway. The convulsions, the spasms, it's not a pleasant way to go. And that's the only thing to look at. Oh, I see now. I didn't see it the first time. But this bottom section is a very slightly darker shade of blue. Nothing. Forget it? Now what's that about? I see. He is nothing without his fish and chips. Don't wish to make a nuisance. Gregson, where's that forceful presence of yours? Normally he's all up in our business, but now he's weak. The dead convict. Tell us on Mr. Ross. Olive Green's bow. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, Sudden Ross, right? Duncan Ross. Alright, Selden's the... Selden is a murderer/thief, on death row in Manchester, who eventually became Mr. Shamspeare. Newspaper article, right. Dead convict says right there. In here? What do we have here, Mr. Gregson? Yeah, just because we know that Shamspeare is the dead, missing convict, nobody else does. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Greg's son, if you're giving us this, you have been adamant that you don't leak things to the public. Does this mean that Greg's son does suspect Shamspeare too of being Selden? Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remain unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. That's the same article as this, isn't it? Yeah. Details in the newspaper cutting. Oh, see? Goodbye, newspaper. So we don't have 2 correct pieces of evidence, with only one being capital C correct. I think Gregson does suspect that since the stuff was found in Shamspeare's floor, that's every reason to suspect Shamspeare of being that missing murderer. The final battle, will it really? This is gonna be the final stretch for this trial. No more saves, no more to be continues. Maybe they'll show mercy to her, considering this is going to be a murder, attempted murder, a vengeance. Maybe 20th century Victorian Britain follow similar rules to, what was it, King of Dragon Pass? And if somebody's been outlawed, as Shamspeare has, then their lives are forfeit, and you're legally allowed to try to murder them. She even gets to bring her easel in. Olive, don't go self-doubting yourself. You're an artist, not a fledgling, a pro. You've gone to art school, you're painting right now in court. You have your whole art future ahead of you. Exactly. This would be so neat if they had the concept of reasonable doubt, and if they just accepted that, well, if we're accepting that Mr. Shamspeare tried to murder Mr. Natsume by blowing out his pilot light and trying to gas him, that maybe he accidentally gassed himself, blew too hard, blew his own pilot lights out. Like, I'm still lost on that jump of, alright, we've proven, or we've given enough ideas, that he's putting his lips on the pipe to blow out the pilot lights and gas the guy upstairs. The natural thought is, maybe he inhaled too much gas and passed out, maybe he blew out his own pilot light and gassed himself. Strychnine on the pipe is not something we'd have thought of. You don't know anything? I can't believe that. We have her invitation. We know about the invitation, but we don't know if they actually met. Mr. Natsume was behind bars on suspicion of murder of you, and only very recently released, so there is no reason until the past couple of nights for Mr. Shamspear to blow into that pipe. Hence, why he only got poisoned days after her own attack. But it's still a curveball, this whole route. You know, I was saying, maybe that key is going to be important. Maybe it's going to be a key that her boyfriend found that links to the treasures that Shamspear left in his apartment. But maybe it's a magic key that opens every single door, and that's how she got access. To attend to, meeting him at the pub he was waiting at. I don't know. It's a huge stretch, but she might have motive for murdering the first floor occupant. But how would she have known to murder the first floor occupant? How would she have known how he did the killing? And how'd she get in? I think the only thing to do right now is just press every statement and hope somebody reacts.
Hold it!
Nothing to tell. We do have a slip of envelope to ascertain her invitation.
Hold it!
We have a picture of her boyfriend with Mr. Garada to prove a connection to the house. But that wouldn't be why she's out there that night. Whole stops away. practically a whole different city. But I might take a nice picture, well that's a lie. Do we have that statement added to your testimony?
Hold it!
The slug and salad that was in the invitation. Now you want to help out Van Zeeks. We kinda do. We have a torn envelope. It's just a torn envelope. With nothing else going for it, but it does link the invitation that Miss Green has. And I'm sure she's still holding on to it in her pocket right this second. Not at the moment is interesting. Maybe I do have to, like, play around for a bit first, present other evidence to get the rest of the letter. Except the letter wasn't included as evidence when we found it, so probably it won't be direct evidence. Maybe I should just present. And the torn envelope was found in his room, under the floorboard. Oh, I got my penalties back. Cool. In that case, go ahead, waste the penalties.
Take that!
So, the envelope isn't evidence yet. Yeah, but it's the evidence. It's the envelope. That's part of the invitation to go to the slug and the salad. We just don't have the rest of it right now. A little matter to attend to. I'm just gonna toss this corner of envelope to everybody's statements.
Excuse me!
Rarely known to you. But you had his picture in your floorboard. Oh, now it enters evidence? A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. Instructions to meet with someone who claims information about Duncan Ross. And it fits. It connects that corner. That corner that no longer has a check mark. Does the evidence combine to one complete envelope in the court record now? Fits perfectly with an envelope in Miss Green's possession. Envelope fits perfectly with a torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. Maybe Miss Green is the one who planted all this in his room in the floorboards for when people investigate. They'll find the mysterious envelope piece, an article about Selden dying of natural causes before his execution, and the picture of Duncan Ross. Alright, now that I got evidence, a little matter to attend to. The press on you, and now we have evidence to present for why I would be there. Present.
Take that!
That she was about to dispose of, even. But then who sent it to who? She's got the card, so he probably sent it to her. But he's got the strip of the envelope. So I don't know. If it was from Shamsphere to Green, then why pull Green into this? Unless maybe Duncan Ross found the loot and sent it off to Miss Green. Well, if they sent it to you to meet them, of course you'd be there. And then out comes the envelope tear. To prove yes, you are connected. Nothing to do with the odd man next to you, except the pieces perfectly fit.
Objection!
Maybe he left the card in the apartment before he went out to the slug and salad, and somehow Miss Green gets access, sees the card on the table, and steals it away to remove evidence implicating herself. No use hiding a sham spear. We saw the envelope piece in your hiding spot. So how'd she gain access again, though? I'm assuming his door was locked. A few bricks in his window can be removed, but no one could fit more than an arm through it. It's a small hole. What, and does Natsume not have that court pity too? For what he went through? Just a few days ago, even? Believable, because she almost died. On the evening you shared the company of a Japanese fellow, saw the note had vanished. If she broke in, then his testimony here works. Rushing up, luring up, smart plan. Well, either way, Sham Spear and Miss Green. Either way, Natsume gets off. And that's what's important.
Hold it!
You were acquainted.
Hold it!
You recall. Wow. Just being the jokester.
Hold it!
So we could have disappeared the first night, before she got stabbed. No, just any time he left the room, before getting stabbed in a small window, but the window was there. Oh, frame drop again. Bit of bitrate slingshotting.
Hold it!
I think I gotta press the evidence. The evidence that is her boyfriend being in the house at some point. Zero kilobytes per second. Bitrate behave. What's going on? The occasional dip to 3000 or 1000 is fine, but now sitting on 0, 1000 again. Come on, bitrate, stabilize here. Gonna sit here for a bit until the kilobytes get away from 0. And of course, according to the Twitch dashboard, everything is all fine, green, excellent, stream health. If I refresh. Still says excellent. Does dipping into 0 kilobytes per second count as excellent stream health? Well, it's fine now, but it wasn't before. Eh.
Objection!
Involvement in the case to be proven some other way. No obvious reason why, really. I think all that is a game's way of saying if you have to present evidence, do it here for this statement. Why would I? Well, for your boyfriend, of course. Your boyfriend, who was a lodger, in that very house, above his room. It did say, come to this place because they have information on Duncan Ross. Maybe it's poison. Why would you go into his room to poison him? You do have the slow-acting strychnine. This is just Selden stuff. Selden's info and Selden dying. The question becomes, why go into the room? Which is nothing here. Either because Duncan Ross was elated, or to poison him. To poison.
Objection!
Hey, got it. Independent analysis. See, Naruhodo at least knows, more than Cesaro does, that he can't mention Sholmes by name in front of Van Zeeks. It's like mentioning millennialism in front of Yosef back in Suzerain. Suppose Shamspear might be taught enough to kiss the pipe without having to use the box, but they might point out that olive green is way too short, and the light is so high up. And that's going to have to be when we point out, now it's okay, there's a box right there in the corner. Could have totally used a box, gained access to. So either way though, Mr. Natsume gets off scot-free, because he killed nobody, He didn't try to kill anybody, he's a victim. And we have 2 attempted poisoners, but no actual murder. Well, except for Selden. Selden Shakespeare. He can go to prison for being an actual escaped convict on death row. But it's only attempted murder for Miss Green. Oh, bother. The jig is up. We might as well just confess. She fell over. In Ace tradition, that means she's a guilty party. So, bailiff, collect her, please. No, but you see, Mr. Satsume got arrested, so there was no need for him to put his lips to the pipe. Well, there you go then. Caution the first night for not trying to poison Mr. Natsume. And then for the next couple of nights, Mr. Natsume was behind bars, in prison, and pretty much the night he gets out, attempted poisoning, poisons himself, and then this happens. It fits the timeline. And if he's not in the room, there's no point in blowing out his pilot light. That's probably not on anyway. That very night even. So maybe she wasn't going to meet with him, but just to get him out of the house? But then how does she get access? Unless the key around her neck really is a skeleton key. Unless there were more soap molds, and she's an ice key. Again, how exactly did she get in? It's been some time since Duncan died, so she could have used that time investigating and figuring out what exactly happened to cause his death. Maybe she might have connected Selden to Shakespeare. Then how'd she enter? That's the thing for me. Someone. Do I get to present the picture, or his profile? Which person is behind this woman's motive?
Take that!
Is overnight gas asphyxiation really such a rarity that one person's death in the East End would be citywide news for a while even? I guess we got some kind of sensational curse around it. Whatever sells papers. Now we're gonna read the motive. Why murder Mr. Shamspeare when Shamspeare's no connection? Why would Shamspeare want to murder Duncan Ross above? Thus fitting him to the convict Selden. Is that what time it is now? Yeah.
Objection!
How to prove your Selden. We know that he demanded the first floor flat, but it was already occupied. But can I link that to him in court?
Objection!
Thought you'd have a look around, so you do admit to breaking into his room. Alright then. That positively places you in the room, the night and the hour that he was out. Maybe she did. Maybe she's saying the truth. Maybe she did just want to look around his room. And then he found the secret floorboard. The secret floorboard. With the newspaper that IDs his past life. The photograph of Duncan and Gatterdeb. And the empty tin box that probably wasn't empty at that time. There's probably something in the box that you took. Floorboard. The loose floorboard. He sweated. So those things were implanted there. Those were his keepsakes of his past crimes. You see, Shamspeare, all he had to do was not keep newspaper cuttings, photographs, and tin boxes full of mementos of your past crimes. Biscuits. She took all of his biscuits. So the key does come into play. The key to a stash hidden someplace on the first floor. Inherited. Maybe he's not Selden, but Chowdo, linked to some other way. A cohort, a cellmate. I want to believe that Selden faked his death. But what if Selden really did die and give his key off to somebody else? Final moments witnessed only by his cellmate, so it could be fate. Natural causes, early hour of the morning. Fever since October. Fellow cellmates. And while they were in there. But if you didn't come to murder him, then where did you get the bottle of strychnine? Because if you brought her with you, that is premeditated. The motivation for Shamspeare's alleged crimes. It's gotta be the case file, the offender's file, stating that the 1,000 pounds of loot remains unrecovered.
Take that!
Internet, we just downloaded it. Late Victorian era internet. They couldn't find it in his flat. It's not a big flat. So, Shamspeare isn't Selden, but shamming. Because Shamspeare showed up like 3 days after Selden died. And Shamspeare could be an assumed name. I assume it's an assumed name. Only 1,000 pounds. McGill was tossing that cash away. So is that it? Is that victory? Do we win? Have me loot anything. But how long ago did they get him though? He was having fever since October. So he's been in prison for like 6 months minimum. It's Mine. Who's Mine? Another person. What if he used 1,000 pounds to buy a cat, and it turns out that Wagahai is now technically the really valuable loot? Wagahai was in the upper floor apartment. Well, Shakespeare, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Crazy Eyes and Crazy Dance is taken as proof of guilt, so bailiff, take him away. Not only did it sound like a confession, but I'm pretty sure that there is so much reasonable doubt for Mr. Natsume not to fill up a swimming pool. So, could we get the non-guilty verdict for my client? And then, should the prosecution wish it, they could prosecute these two for their own crimes? We don't need to prove his guilt for this case, we just gotta prove my client's innocence. Then demolish the room. Just straight up tear out the walls, the floor, the ceiling. No conclusive evidence. Judge. You don't need conclusive evidence. Just non-guilty for Mr. Natsume. And then Miss Green and Mr. Shakespeare could have their own trials. We could find conclusive evidence for them. To help us find where the loot is hidden. Do we have a clue to the whereabouts? Nothing on this, that's just neat. That's like the Saladin slug. 18 counts burglary, suspected murder. Fever since October. Poison from Miss Green. Maybe Mr. Garadeb has it. Maybe Duncan found the box and put it in Mr. Garadeb's possession. It can't be in the painting bag. Maybe the satchel is the same satchel that Miss Green now wears, but if any loot was in that pouch, then surely she might have tried the key ages ago. Might have put it away someplace. Oh, there's a hole in the wall. Maybe Gyarados hasn't. Maybe Ross found the box, gave it to Gyarados for safekeeping, then Green finds the key for it later. To locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall. To locate the hiding place, strychnine, pour it down his throat until he confesses. What if it is strychnine? What if it is threatened to feed him? Or soap, threatened to rub his mouth out with soap. Threatened to show him my armband. Gyarados, Landlord comes to help.
Objection!
Penalty time. Penalty time. One secret hiding place. Oh, will the skin prints still be there? You're talking skin prints? I'm kind of glad she said that because my next attempt was going to be just threaten to feed him strychnine until he tells us. But alright, the skin prints.
Take that!
But the entire room is covered in books by now, though. It's been months. Months since Selden's occupancy. And then Ross would have been around as well, and then Mr. Natsume. Will the handprints that have dissolved by then just become another part of the grease of the walls and floor? Oh, alright, allegedly his skin prints are specific to the individual, but won't they get like smeared around and overwritten by everybody else's skin prints? To use as a sample. Sample for Selden's loot. A person? I don't think I got anything that belonged to Selden in a past life. Would a person know? Maybe Mr. Garadev, since Mr. Garadev was the landlord. Or Olive Green, because she's holding the key. The key that's had her hands and Shamsphere's hands all over it. It's gonna be the key that has 3 people's skin prints all over it. If these skin prints weren't specific to a given individual and simply illuminated places where human finger greases touched, then even if we can't identify whose skin prints they are, we can at least say, well, here's hand grease accumulating in these areas. How about here then? But key. Go with the key that everybody's touched.
Take that!
How is he going to separate Miss Green and Sham Spears and Selden's skin prints? Assuming that the skin prints haven't degraded over several months, 3 months minimum. Assuming the key has been cleaned at that time, assuming 2 more individuals with more recent prints on it haven't rubbed them off. Oh, he's losing his gems. Never intended to kill him. He didn't want to kill him, so he simply asphyxiated him in his sleep. Smart plan. Well, this is a great day for Victorian British justice. Not only does Mr. Natsume get to get off, Would they get 2 people for the gallows now? So, Green, what inspired you to put poison on the pipe? I guess they could choose not to prosecute Miss Green. Revenge for her beau, plus didn't actually kill the guy. Was just gonna say, you could have moved in with her. Prudishness. So prudishness was a true killer. He knows the stove goes off at night and fills him with gas, and he still kept on sleeping there. In that case, that's not murder, that's just suicide. And that's why you chose to poison the pipe. But then you could have killed an innocent gas pecker. You could have killed Mr. Meterman. If Mr. Meterman came in to ensure the pipe wasn't being siphoned off. So it was premeditated. Premeditated. Would strychnine really be a black market commodity though? It's just rat poison. It's a common rat poison. She could have just gone to Tesco's or something to pick it up. His leaving was all the guilt you needed. Well, there you go. It's the devil's work, not hers. So she's innocent, but the devil is going to have to be prosecuted. Well then, Zeke, you are a vampire of some renown, so if you can get anyone get the devil onto the stand, it's you. Stripped of your freedom. What does that entail? Jail time, Australia? Thraldom? Usual case. Twice in 1 week. That means he has to get at least a month's immunity from any legal proceedings. So of this case, something caught the eye of Suzato's father and had him withdraw her back to Japan for a bit. So what if this case might have done it? Revenge, maybe? The revenge angle? The missing loot? Domes? Maybe skin prints? Because skin prints haven't shown up in the case. wait, Sholmes is here. He only had half an hour. Does that mean he's back with the loot? Have you found it, Sholmesies? Seen the true face of the English, and now he just straight up leaves. So, Wakahai wa Nakadiaru gets published, as confirmed in the first case of this game. And does become a bit of a local celebrity. Which easily pins this game to about 1905 or 1906 or so, thereabouts. That could be the link that Suzaru's dad picked up on. But that's not unique to this secret second case, because that was mentioned back in his first case too. Cute and dejection though. But what was the clue? What did he see in this? After the trial of all... We get to see it. We do get to see. It turns out that the loot is actually Wakahai's old nest from when she was a kitten. And the loot was a pet cat after all. In the ceiling. Hello? A choke with letter B and blood on it. B. Who do we have that's B? I can't check my court record for anybody. Brett? Could this implicate back to Brett? Yeah, there's blood. But more importantly, whose is this? But then why would Susato's dad? Upon hearing of this choker or belt or whatever, withdraw Susato. Does he recognize it? Does it belong to somebody that he knows? When summer before. Well, Sholmes won't let her publish the Hound of the Baskervilles, but I don't think the Beast Hunter Baskervilles. Enough of that, I think. Ooh, Sholmesies. Because he also prevented this case from being published too. Gregson, I think, also either understands the implication of who it belongs to, or maybe understands enough to go along with Sholmes, even if he doesn't fully comprehend. I don't think I know any significant B people yet. Unless it's for Van Zeeks. Isn't his first name Barrett or Ryan or something? It could be Van Zeeks. Well, she's got two stories from Natsume, so even if Sholmes doesn't let her publish this one, she's also got the previous adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Her two-part story only has to be a one powder. Powder? Oh wow. Watching the volume bars, it does actually bounce up a little bit. What is that going on a few rooms away? Is that... Could be a blender. I think it's a blender. Unfortunately, I have not filled the walls, ceilings, and floor with teeth.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Was not expecting that. They actually added voices for the end of chapters. Pretty cool.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Also, just appreciate the voice direction went into this. I've read through an article, but this was a deliberate choice in the localization to get actors, voice actors of Japanese backgrounds with a little bit of British connection as well, but primarily Japanese voice actors, actual Japanese voice actors. Doesn't this sound so much nicer than just the same stockpile of voice actors in which everybody sounds white and in the 30s? Everybody's either a 30-year-old white guy or a 30-year-old white gal trying to make a high-pitched voice to sound like a child.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
I really, really think that voice acting truly, truly needs the moment that Hollywood went through, where everybody was frustrated with, what is it, the whitewashing that goes on with talent.
With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Wherein, like, Scarlett Johansson have to play the Asian roles of this perfectly valid Asian actors not getting that work. I think that's what voice acting needs. Because right now, I just don't bother with dubs for anime or games. Because it's always going to sound like a bunch of 30-year-old white people. Always. One, everybody sounds white. Two, they don't actually act. There's no acting and voice acting, just the voices. Just making voices to fit an archetype, or to sound goofy, depending on where the game falls on the serious goofy spectrum. And even then, it's either just gonna be goofy either way otherwise. But here you have a voice that fits the part, it doesn't sound like Matt Mercer or anything. Imagine if this is localized in America, Naruhodo sounding just like Matt Mercer. That's a Matt, right? Mercer's something. But yeah. Case 1. Return of the Departed Soul. The Great Departed Soul. There's plenty of time left of the day. And it's going to be save drought until the crime is discovered. So that is going to be that is going to be the B or B for now. So give me a second to refresh myself. And find some suitable BRB music. I guess this will do. Song to song. And the next case after BRB. Give me a second. Let me just update the title first. This is what now? The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Episode 3. See, the first game. Episode 3 was what? The Cloud of Kokoro? Episode 1 for the typical tutorial case. Episode 2 for being out on the boat. 3 Kokoro, then 4, then game ends. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Timeline-wise, first game, Japan, boat, Kokoro, then this secret case, then 2 months later, 2 months later? No, what was the fourth case again? No, that's right, case 3 was McGilded. So, Japan, boat, McGilded, Kokoro 1 in the first game, Secret Kokoro 2, then the final case, 2 months later. Then comes first game, first shot of this game, flashback to case 2, and then back to present. So this will be what? April or something? Not April. But not August either, right? Probably some point summer by now? Forgot something before I do. Gotta check the accolades.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
What up, though?
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
End of century, so...
But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
See, I thought this took place around 1905 to 1906, since that's when...
We're here at the showground of the great exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Since that's when Wagahaya wa Nako Diaru gets published. But if this is talking about in the century, that's gonna be like 1899 then or so. Or 1900 on that border. You're telling me that this comedic fantasy game, this comedic court fantasy game, might not be so strict to the timeline? What? Anywho. Before we proceed, oh, that's cute. Updated to, what is this, the tower itself? Is this on the Crystal Tower? And you got flags and the clouds moving in the background. For an Ace Attorney game, that is remarkable. Usually, everything is extraordinarily static, unless you got some extra sprite added, like the blue badger in the foreground. But proper background, moving background elements. That's amazing for this. Anywho, accolades. Got Key of Knowledge. Down in 1, Father Frustrator. Got that on my off time. Because all you gotta do is go to that, well, who was the victim quiz at the start of the first trial, and give every answer but the victim. For erroneously answering Mr. Sholmes' question about who might have something that belonged to the convict. Wait, hold on. Oh, no. I missed that one. That's both of you then. You both went with the same case. That's the last choice. At the tail end. Not the last choice, the choice for that. But basically, Miss Green has something that belongs to Selden. Pick anybody else but the obvious Miss Green, you get the accolade. Alright. For this one, Armband to Van Zeeks. Okay. Armband to Van Zeeks, easy enough. Not options. Go away.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
I recognize that from the
the 20th
menu.
century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Tesla? That you? Is that a blonde Tesla?
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
It's a ray gun.
Man will
A death
literally
ray.
be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
I think that kills a person, doesn't it? Disassembling him easy enough? Have you tested this before?
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Then he did. Random top-headed fellow, nice knowing you. Is the excuse going to be sabotage, that maybe the man wouldn't have died if things worked perfectly to plan? See, like, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? That in your typical English dub, it's just goofy voices, and that person's voice is kind of goofy, but it fits. It fits the goofy mood going around. But were this to be localized and voiced in America, even Naruto and Suzaru would have goofy voices. Just Tom Baker's and Jennifer Hale's. No, a double note what you cook for breakfast. Well, even Hurley's feeling down. Was it the electric discharge at the Great Exhibition? Upset everybody's neurons. And Iris hadn't felt it because she's short. The beam went right over her head. incredible powers of observation, Mr. Sholmes. We covered this. His hair is always unruly. Yeah, exactly. That's old news. Forbidden from working in court, and that has to be about April? April was when the last case of the first game was, so half a year after that. So it'll be about October now? And what exactly banned him anyway? Sent to Japan to study law. He acts as a lawyer for 1 week, no cases for 2 months, one very busy week, another case, and then 6 months of just paid holiday. So this is what, 8 months' time, when he's performed law in England. McGilded, Natsume, Gina? Takes me a second because I keep calling Gina Iris when Iris is right in front of us. They're both short, they're both kids. So 4 cases in 8 months, and very front-loaded. First, as per tradition, armband. Oh, we got this already. This dialogue. Arm is a long-necked dog. Can't move yet, but maybe can get the next Iris idea for achievement's sake. The blue carbuncle. Didn't she already give us that one? But a carbuncle is a garden, she says, and so they're not usually blue. Nothing else new, and no Wakahai. But then 6 months ago, tell us, why were we barred? Was this an Apollo Justice situation? So it is the Iris child, then why was it? Is it because of the state secrets? Unavoidable and unforgivable mistake. So, what is it for again? Don't tell me that it's just because McGilded that he got off ended up being a killer after all, because if so, so what? The point of the defense attorney is not to only represent innocent people. If it was, defense attorneys wouldn't exist. You've become a gopher. A manservant. Already spent 8 months sitting on his butt, only 4 cases in the first couple of months of his stay. If his tenure here is only for a year, he's gonna come back with nothing to reform the Japanese court system. In that case, Sholmes should be incredibly buoyant. Also, it's the turn of the century. They've had hot air balloons for a while. Haven't they? Surely they have. First successful human-carrying flight technology. First untethered manned hot air balloon flight was performed by Jean-Francois Pilatre de Rozier and Francois Laurent Darlans. November 21st, 1783 in Paris. So it's over 100 years old now for untethered flight. What about tethered? Precursor was a sky lantern, Shu Han Kingdom and Three Kingdoms era. Used airborne lanterns for military signaling. Manned flights. French brothers Joseph Michel, Jacques Etienne, Montgolfier. In 1783. Unmanned flight for 10 minutes. So still, they've been around for a while. Edgelord Sholmes. Newspaper containing various articles about the world-leading science and technology show on show at the Great Exhibition being held in London. First test of matter transport device. Eyes of the world on the Crystal Tower. What's that? Turner Gardens worldwide acclaim. London, Britain, and the Industrial Revolution. A lost cat, don't tell me it's Wagahai. Reaper attacked. Van Zeeks himself is? Lord Van Zeeks and company, cornered. Ruffians aim to intimidate man of justice. Where's my zoom function? King Charles VII. Returns, restores. Retrospective, public health report, St. Bartholomew's. The cat. It's not Bagahai, is it? The gloomy looking article about the lost kitten. No, not that one. That could be later. Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. French court hears glass eye case. Hold on. This is actually zoomed enough you can read them. Evening of cordial dancing. Turned into a blazing ball last week. One of the lady attendees, dresses, accidentally caught on fire. In her panic at the sudden appearance of flames at her feet, the lady... Something madly about the hole on the blank blank blank, no fewer than 3 blah blah blahs. French court, glass eye case. The juge de paix of Niulili was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of 1 glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Louillette, the defendant, ordered the eye's replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found that she could see no more of it than she could before, and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. The Judge de Paix attempted to reason with the Madame. Something endeavor proved to be blah blah blah. So asked Sholmes. Iris, you don't want the kid to know, is that it? We already have 2 cases that you don't want published. It's not the case. It's Van Zeek's attack, and you 2 have history. It's not just that. A prosecutor and a member of the British justice system is attacked as someone you know personally. You know the third. What emote is this? Shand Momo. It's cute. Tell us about the Reaper attack. Yeah, the nonsense rumors, because Natsumi's still alive and Nikilda was killed by whatever his face was. And Gina, I'm assuming, is still alive? How was my weekend, Hino? There was this great article that I saw on Twitter about this old game from 1999 that was way ahead of its time. An indie game, in an era before indie games were really a thing in the West, that married BN's strategy RPGs. It basically flopped in 1999 because it was way too modern for 1999. Then, when the world of gaming finally caught up to it, had a bit of a resurgence. And so my weekend was being like, alright, this sounds cool, I'll try out King of Dragon Pass. And then getting completely sucked into it. Stayed up to like 2 in the morning almost, trying to lead my paths to victory. King of Dragon Pass. Where's the article? I got the article here someplace. Because the articles are pretty good at look at its history of the game's development. But it's also a pretty compelling reason to buy the game as well. Not past. Pass. And so far, I've been kind of hooked. It's kind of like the stuff I was hoping that CK3 might do. But Crusader Kings 3 went the pretty route with prettier graphics, lots of complex polygons and animations, little tiny models all over the map, lots of graphical things to eat up the computer budget, and computers have limited budgets. So it kind of lost the granularity of Crusader Kings 2. And I'm thinking at this point, what I want in a strategy game is something less pretty, ugly even. Give me ugly graphics, because ugly graphics frees up the computer budget for more complex calculations, more granularity in places to be and things to do. So it's been scratching a huge itch. I don't know though if I'm going to stream King of Dragon Pass myself though, because I've only been doing a short game to get the ropes, to learn the ropes, thinking, well, I'll probably lose this one, but somehow took it all the way to the end game, and that's taken me an entire day into the night. And so just a short game, an attempt at a short game would probably take like several days, if not a whole week. And if I were to do like a long victory, where you're not just becoming the tribal king for your tribe, but actual king of the pass, that'd probably be a month's endeavor to get to good progress and then fail. And I'm already wanting to play, what is it? Extra Power, Attack on Dark Force, when I finish with this, and that's going to take probably a couple of months. Like at the end of the Giant Fist, when I announce the next time I stream Extra Power, it's going to be Attack of Dark Force. The devs are straight up. Attack of Dark Force is a really long game. You might want to play more Giant Fist and Star Resistance, otherwise you're going to forget how to play them. Even they know that that game takes ages. So I'm not sure if I could squeeze in both Dark Force, Attack of Dark Force, and King of Dragon Pass. We'll have to see. But even just playing on my off time to familiarize myself with the game takes ages. Because there's so much to do, and because you do play as sort of a agrarian era clan tribe sort of system thing, you have to read through all the lore as you pick it up in order to memorize what you have to do or represent to do in different rituals. It's really in-depth sometimes. Plus just how to take the time to decide what do I want to do, what do I want to plan out. How do I get more cows after the last cattle raid? Assailants armed with guns. Tomorrow morning edition. That's last night's paper, isn't it? Now, tomorrow. Well, he's either going to be at St. Sinners or St. Bart's. And I have a feeling that St. Sinners is St. Bart's. Smell you later. Ba-dum-ba-ba-bum-bum. Iris, what outfit is this? Speaking of, there's also an accolade. An accolade for playing the game in all available outfits. And there's only 2 outfits for each person, default and one special. Iris homemade suit. Iris homemade dress. Looks like a flight attendant, not gonna lie. Sherlock Jones. Sherlock Jones in this outfit is the physical representation, the anthropomorphic personification of Western dubbed voice acting. He's dressed in the costume, but it's still Sholmes, a Sholmes voice. Achievement unlocked, bespoke tailor, that's all it is. All you gotta do is turn the costumes on and you get the achievements. Yeah, that at least is good news for the story. That even if they blew $500,000 making the game, and then couldn't get anyone to publish it in 1999, that at least they do get a resurgence in the modern era. First with the iOS port, GOG selling it, Steam selling it, and successful enough to make a sequel. It was frustrating reading it, because you read like, oh, in those days, your game needs to be on a shelf, in a box, and your game needs to have a genre, so they could put it on a shelf, in the right shelf for the right customers. And they're like, well, we don't know what our game is genre-wise. Pick one. It doesn't matter. Genres overlap, they're subjective, they're fluid. As long as it's on the shelf, consumers will see it and they'll buy it. That's the important thing. They could have said, oh, this is RPG. Oh, this is strategy. Oh, this is adventure. It'll all be true. Maybe incomplete, but still true. They get sales out of the way. It's all marketing. It's just marketing terms, genres. Already been seen. Again, could get. Naruhodo's legal consultancy for more. I'm still surprised you can't examine the stepladder here. The ladder is right there, and there's an accolade for all the ladder discussions. With the very obvious ladder you can't even examine. Give me the shovel lore. Then 2 Supreme Lord Chief Justice Office. The Lord Chief Justice, who I still heavily suspect as having his fingers deep in that government conspiracy. Even if the marketing would have been bad in the 90s, it would have at least been some marketing. Picking a genre and having their game in a box on the shelf is a lot more exposure, marketing, and sales than all shucks, I guess we won't have a publisher after all. And having to scrounge around and like making ads in fantasy magazines, getting hobby shops to maybe keep it next to the RPG books. Like, there's a reason why the iOS and eventual Steam and GOG versions are a comeback story. Because they pretty much had nothing going for them in 1999, sadly. Now hold on, the timeline is messed with. She wasn't in that costume at that time. Four hours and 32 minutes since his arrival. Strong heart, what happened to your punctuality? A whole half the workday. Savor the air, Grand Office. I don't know about preeminent. All this screams villain. Ratigan, Great Mouse Detective. That's what this is. This calls to mind the climactic battle with Ratigan in the Big Ben. Maybe that's what the devs want to evoke and have us think about. I still maintain that The Great Mouse Detective is the best adaptation of any Sholmes. And of course, when I was dating British, she was, "What? You're ridiculous. That cartoon? No, it's all about the BBC Sherlock." Which is okay for the first season and a half, but it gets way too self-indulgent. There's the classic Moffat, he's clever, because we say he's clever, and everybody around him says he's clever, like the 11th Doctor. And because we say he's clever, you just have to accept all the ridiculous that goes around. But Great Mouse Detective proves the cleverness of their shows. Like, you don't gotta be told, oh, he's clever, and everyone says he's clever. You see it with your eyes. Could I ask about both? Van Zieks being out and being allowed to represent people in court again? exactly. And we've proven ourselves as a British defense attorney too. Our performance in court, which at this point in time, McGilda, Natsume, Iris, 4 proven cases in court. Permission to work, sir. And they still haven't been clear on what exactly stripped him of his right to work as a lawyer. Well, my compatriot's dead. As his substitute, I am what you got. Maybe. Maybe I was pulled off the bench. Because I'm too good at court. Literally just got off the boat. And successfully defended people 4 times in a row. One case in which had deep British government implications. So I'm getting too close to ousting the Chief Justice here. It has to be something deeper. His name was one of the names in the list on that one stolen government communication. And he did have some unfinished business he mentioned, he alluded to, but never got to tell us about before he died. Something he has to do in Britain, he said. And I don't think it's visiting Madame Toussaint or the grave of Li Bu. It'd make for a very awkward episode if we weren't allowed to practice law. What about that? What about a case where you're prohibited from being the acting lawyer, but you're allowed to be the judiciary assistant, and instead of objecting and presenting evidence, your role is to sit back, watch the defendant flounder, and give them advice? From Germany. Mr. Odie Asman. Odie Asman, what's the pet in you? Oh, die as man? Oh, die as man? No, that can't be it. Odious man? Albert Harebrain. That's obvious. A man lost his life. O die as man. Okay, so O die as man. Died. O die died, and Harebrain's a defendant. Got it. You see, it's only because O die was an investor and public figure that this is being treated as a crime. If it was any urchin off the street who got blown up, all it just says like, oh, tut tut, that's the price of science. Very little time. Well, Strongheart, who's the one who kept us waiting for 4 whole hours? Straight away? Nah, we haven't asked about the forensic exhibition or whatever, and Van Ziek's condition. Well, that's fantastic. That's a great segue to asking about him. Oh, the back of it. The missing kitten. Does he know anything about the missing kitten? This is a vampire. Takes more than a bullet. But Van Zieks has to be in stable condition. It's going to be court tomorrow, and of course Van Zieks is going to be the prosecutor. They're not going to introduce a new prosecutor 2 games in and halfway through. Unscathed. See, there you go. He's a vampire, bullets won't stop him. That's already established, and now it's fact. A month ago. And I firmly believe that if anyone was behind it, it was Strongheart. And Van Zieks was attacked because he is one with the reputation. But again, ever since Case 3, Game 1, heavily suspected this male Strongheart from the start. His design screams villain. He lives in a giant clock. He is the Chief Justice in an era of very bloodthirsty criminal law in Britain. It stands to reason that if the chief prosecutor put someone in the defendant box and they got non-guilty, then this person will be bloodthirsty enough to get his own brand of vigilante justice in. Asman was a guy who got off. But didn't you just say? Ruffians, capitals, criminal organizations, indicted or prosecuted. So he's saying that Asman is a leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations. That wasn't he described as a German investor, a one-on financier also the head of a large criminal organization. Where's the bit that said he was German? I thought there was. Oh, the professor was from Germany. Whereas Odie himself is an investor at a well-known figure society. Okay. Investor, well-known figure, and also the leader of a criminal organization who was recently prosecuted, got non-guilty. And then Agent 47's precursor makes it look like an accident. The ICA apparently having contracts with the Chief Justice. This is where it comes in, because you know that Van Zieks, he's pure. He doesn't fabricate evidence, he's dogged in his pursuits, and when he gets evidence, he documents everything to make sure everything is airtight. If Van Zieks brings somebody to court, you can believe they're guilty. He probably does a very Japanese thing, where he doesn't prosecute unless he has 99.999% guarantee that yes, this person did it, we have witnesses, we have testimony, it's an airtight case. Hence why this guy believes if any of his defendants actually get non-guilty, it has to be dirty. It has to be paid off juries. Ergo, he sends someone out to kill them. Anywhere in the world, like Brett to Dr. Wilson. That's what I'm thinking. I've already decided that Strongheart is guilty. Within the first minute of meeting him. Best prosecutor in the capital. That I believe. I don't believe that Van Zieks is actually engaging in any sort of vigilante justice. I firmly believe that Van Zieks is merely doing the best prosecuting he can do. And if somebody gets non-guilty, oh well, that's the court system. But you are then Strongheart. You are. I bet you are the killer. The killer behind the stuffs. Well, now that we got our permission at court back, and have to investigate ASAP, we asked about Van Zieks' conditions, let's talk shop. Tell us about the Forensic Science Symposium, now that we have no time to spare. There's the pigeons. I was like, where's the pigeons? If you say so, Strongheart. How many pigeons does he have in there? Is he hitting some kind of quick release button with his cane just off screen that opens a cage and more pigeons fly out? You know, we were doing the school play once way back in grade school. And of course, it's a religious school, so you get like religious songs that you do during your little pageants or whatever. And as such, one part had one of our classmates, in the climax of the song, pull a string to open a box and a pigeon flies out. But you know we're kids. Well, a dove, I guess. So, trying to grab the string in the middle of the stage during the performance, floundering a bit, open the box and the dove doesn't come out just right away. Dragging its feet, you say? So you already have not regrets, but he is aware of Britain's shortcomings with forensic science, and so you're seeking justice that the current technology is not able to secure. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. You see, now it's coming out. Everything I guessed about him is turning from prejudice to reality. Detail every one of his 12 arguments and 223 individual reasons. "15 years ago, and so begins his murder of defendants that get off not guilty." And then Van Zeeks hates that the people he's prosecuting end up dead, so he goes off the bench. Also cute gag. 10-10. And because of that, the day's been wasted. We have no time now to investigate or to even see the defendant in prison. That's why he kept us waiting for 4 hours, giving his life story to everybody. 11 hours late! And of course, instead of investigating or checking in on Professor Hairbrain, gonna check in with the prosecution instead. Prison where Hairbrain's held. We haven't seen the prosecutor's office yet. No steel samurai figure. His collection of glasses about to be smashed in court. A collection of bottles to be tossed to the gallery. And is that a replica of the Great Exhibition on the table? Oh, he also wears a slovenly blanket when he's in his own private chambers. And seated on the floor, on a cushion, very, very British, So that's a separate person sitting on the floor on a cushion at a low table. Totally in the British style. It can't be Natsume. Natsume is not here. Very fancy clothes though. Interesting cuffs, white gloves, white uniform, a red stripe down the pad leg. Your apprentice. Well, hold up then, that's a mystery person who's on the box art, isn't it? Upper left corner. Is that a gun in his hand? Or is that a sword? No, that's a sword. It's basically this picture. I don't know. His apprentice is looking fairly villainy. Oh man, Zeeks, it's your boss. Don't you know? Speaking of which, trying to ID anything on Van Zeek's outfit that might match the choker that we found. On his cravat, there's that little brooch or whatever, right? Maybe if he only took the upper half of it, it could be the crown that's on the choker? Though I don't see any big B's worn on him. Credentials? Achievement, inspirational roots unlocked. Very coincidental. And Mini Memo wasn't here, so maybe Odie's group hired a reporter to witness the downfall of the Reaper. Yeah, his apprentice right there. Maybe he was so impressed by the mind of the Japanese defender that he went and got himself a Japanese apprentice. To understand the mind of your enemy, you must keep your enemy close, or some logic like that. But first snoop around everything. Hallowed chalices and bottles, all to be smashed. And yet you smash them all. Oh my goodness, this is all so extravagant. It's not just vineyards you personally visit, and chalices personally overseen by the finest crystal craftsmen, but then you just smash them and make more. Exactly, that the 10-year-old girl gets it. The 10-year-old kid. Wide of the mark? I guess wide of the mark could make sense. want to know Hanahuda though. I don't want to hear how good Naruto is at games, unless it's Hanahuda. That's the true measure of a man's soul. Books are nothing, swords nothing, giant portrait of himself. Still can't look up or down though. But probably will once we get to the Crystal Tower area. So, still not seeing any bees, but maybe the little brooch half crown does work. Also, he looks fantastic here. Somehow they made him even more Bishonen. You could put this portrait into the late 80s, early 90s JoJo OVA, and he'd fit in perfectly. Belt. Hold on. You see the belt? Not you. So was that your more handsome ancestor? Is this a look at the actual crime scene? The electronic device on the left? And is that the victim's body on the right? Because my assumption was the victim blew up in the device. But what is lying on his back Lego minifig? Aw, too sad to attend, so he plays with his Legos to make his own little World Fair thing. Distillery can't look at. He's got bats! Oh my goodness. Really rubbing in the vamp. Oh my goodness. Too cute. Too cute game. His familiars. Blood of his enemies. Yes, all the people who escape justice ends up in casks in his office, to be drained of their blood, Killer Clown from Outer Space style. Alright then, Mr. Apprentice, reveal yourself and your beaked mask. See, they do point it out that this isn't exactly British style of seating or furniture. No, we can't speak to him. He's just really deep in his meditation. Demigod, just vampire. Well, no, Iris. Natsume's still alive, despite getting a non-guilty verdict twice. Iris, not your Iris, Gina, presumably still alive. McGilded, killed by whatever his name was. Well, no, not always. Natsume is not the dredge of society. Gina is just a 17-year-old teenager. Are you really saying that society would be better off without one of Japan's most celebrated authors and a 17-year-old street urchin? Exactly, Mr. Natsume. Or Genie. You see, it's all social Darwinism, unless it's somebody you personally know. I still think that male Strongheart admits to that much because he knows that he's the true killer. And I don't think that male Strongheart is doing the killings personally. I think he's just a mastermind. The mastermind using his vast government network and connections. Maybe he's a Chief Justice after all. Maybe he's got connections to criminal elements as well. People that he has become aware of in the justice system and uses the pressure of Gallows or Australia to make them perform to his will. So at home, he's probably got criminals doing killings for him. Abroad, he has agents like Miss Brett, whose motives we still don't know. Really, Van Zeeks? Because I don't know. That's really true to reality, that the more harsh justice you have, the less crime there is. That was like the whole point of that really bloodthirsty time of British law. Everything was criminalized, everything got the death penalty, but crimes were still committed. In fact, more were, and other things are more criminalized. We've got at least a century of social sciences that say, well, just because you do more executions and threat of violent prosecution doesn't mean things stop happening. What we gotta do, we have gotta get a necromancer to revive Michel Foucault. Get Michel Foucault to play through this and give us his thoughts. Imagine Michel Foucault as a Let's Player with his own gaming YouTube channel or something. I don't really do podcasts of any flavor, but if Michel Foucault was alive and playing video games and musing on them, about the nature of institutional power and the purpose of the court systems and violent justice in the state monopoly on violence, I'd watch him. That is correct. Did it blow him all the way across the hot air balloon? doesn't have to be divine. All you gotta do is pay 47 to dress as a Bobby, walk up to the device, find a screwdriver, halfway across the map, come back over, twist a little something on the device, bada bing, bada boom, it blows up. Maybe the device takes AC and they switched it to DC and it overloaded. Yeah, that's the right of every accused of a defendant. Doesn't matter if they're objectively, admittedly guilty, or if they're innocent. Contrary to what Ace Attorney Universe thinks, everybody gets a defendant and a good defense. That's basic human rights. That upholds the very legitimacy of the court system. A contemporary university for Albert Harebrain. So even more conflicts of interest. You know the defendant, you went to uni together, and now you're going to prosecute him. Yeah, and like any von Karma, he studied in Germany. British family? Ah, Uni of London. Well, he said himself, the professor comes from a renowned British family, and the people he prosecutes are the worst of the worst. If I was a defense attorney here, I would point out the shared history. They were friends, the prosecutor and the defense. So, clearly, we're not going to get any sort of fair trial here. And so we have to mistrial, we have to get off, because the court case is not being conducted fairly. Either give us a new prosecutor, thus weakening the prosecution, or mistrial, and we get off scotch-free. Is this when we officially begin the Ace Attorney thing of the prosecution and the defense work together? Not to prosecute, not to defend, but to ascertain the truth as teams? On Strongheart's orders, it's gonna turn out that Kazuma is actually alive and is now working with the prosecutor. Oh no, is that really gonna be it? We thought Kazuma died, he fell and broke his neck. And Susato was praying at his grave. But Mini Memo also said that there was a cover-up around it. I assumed at first that just meant that Kazuma died and the lawyer here was on Kazuma, it's Naruhodo. But what if it's Kazuma? What if Kazuma made the trip after all? If it turned out he wasn't dead, just severely injured. And because they were on a ship, the post-mortem made it seem like he was dead, but he was really just severely injured and comatose, probably concussed. Nobody knows his face or identity, and you're gonna raise him to be a state prosecutor. Strongheart's orders to take him as an apprentice? Could it be the obvious villain? With the obvious villain mask in his eye, is a true Reaper? That he is the actual agent of Strongheart's vigilante justice? His skewed and very poisonous vigilante justice? Okay, so he kind of has Kazuma's chin. It's Kazuma. That's Kazuma's chin. Doesn't speak. Doesn't speak, so we can't confirm his voice. And yet, did you feel a connection? It didn't feel like our first encounter. Well, who else could it be then? Who else could it be? Sitting in the Japanese style of an unknown identity and doesn't feel like a stranger and wears Kazuma's chin. Huh? Huh? He's got a cute chin. Maybe he wants to be boyfriends. Flawless posture. Ryunosuke, finish this thought. Finish this thought. It couldn't be. That's confirmation. It's Kazuma. Kazuma just straight up confirmed now. Oh, Natsume? No. Who's he talking about? Not me, surely. How many Nipponese men are in Britain right now? There was Natsume, but he's left. Kazuma, but he's dead. There's me. Does he mean Natsume? How's he faring in these 6 months since he left Britain? Mm-hmm. Thanks? No, thought that said thanks to you, in fact. And I was confused for a bit. So, you see, 6 months later, Natsume is still alive. The Reaper's curse does not exist. Nothing more to show you. Nothing more to talk about. Everything examined. And can't speak to the apprentice, right? He's got his check mark. Lucky devil. Guess it's prison then. I can't go to the scene of the crime yet. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, he's tiny. October. My calculations were correct. Sumimasen. Oh, he's cute. We don't have his ID yet. Masked man, apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. Face still is covered by a mask. Heir of a completely unassailable man. 47 financier. Defend your hypothesis. No, to defend you. We don't defend hypotheses here, that's on you. To go back to your review board. Out and out success. You mean killing a guy? Scientists invented a machine to demonstrate super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. He's a defendant of this case, and a friend of Lord Van Zeeks apparently. How does that discount Naruto's own feelings? You're both wearing your symbols of office, so he'd understand that his uniform has the same effect to him that this uniform has on Naruto. Oh, that kind of bracing, never mind. There's a piece of dirt on the screen that fits perfectly in the middle of that spot in the center of his head. Yeah, that's dirt. That's dirt and an amazing coincidence. Crystal Tower is damaged, oh my goodness. Alright, let's converse then. Demonstration, Kinesis, Reapers of Varsity Years. Kinesis first. Then demonstration, then regale the old times. I mean, that I'm sure you can. Deconstructing a human into base particles and then scattering those base particles? Sure, easy enough. But reconstituting them in the exact same configuration and order? And maintaining the interrupted processes? Billions upon billions of atoms, rearranged into perfect cells that make up other cells and organs and systems and to things in those cells and organs and systems. No, that's impossible, I'm sorry. What you'll get on the other side is dust. Atomic dust, probably imperceptible to the human eye. No money? What are this huge thing constructed? Where'd this come from? What are the funding for this giant, massive device and all the energy? The investor, Mr. Rasman. Is he the one that put this together? Oh, die as man. Oh, dead man. A name Kojima could be proud of. Yeah, because a guy is connected to the criminal underworld. He wants a way to completely deconstitute a human body, leaving no evidence behind. He's gonna do wonders for the world of criminals. Imagine any murder you want committed, and no body left behind. No suspicious stains in your acid-filled bathtubs. No barrels to dispose of. No tossing bodies into the Thames weighed down with shoes and limbs decaying and popping up onto the surface. No having to go through the process of methodically removing all of the teeth and fingers. Just slap them into his machine and turn it on. 5 minutes, microwave is done. And an engineer. A tall, bald-headed man with a tattoo barcode on the back of his head. Don't tell me that yesterday was the first time he even turned it on. Yeah, that's not getting blown up. You blew him up. You turned him into a fine pink mist. Are you saying, Iris, that perhaps we could argue, we could plea for an accidental manslaughter charge? Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is this where the male Strongheart, as a guilty party, starts to come into this? Tinker and tamper with the device to make a murder. You put your best prosecutor on the case, not realizing that they're old uni friends, with the expectation that the guy goes down as a murderer. And so, as a murder weapon, the British government gets to investigate the device all they want, reverse engineer it, make their own super weapon. Well, it's an accident for you, but if somebody else tampered with the device, either to murder the specific individual, or to turn the device into a murder weapon, giving the British government casus belli to seize, investigate, or reverse engineer it, wouldn't those two conditions make it a murder weapon? And thus either way, so long as it was deliberately used by somebody to murder, then murder weapon it is, so either way his device is forfeit. That's what I'm thinking. Unassuming, gentlemanly, a nice fellow, that is so different than the Van Zeeks we know. Barack Van Zeeks, Barack. B on a very fancy collar. The little darling of the Van Zeeks family. The Reaper. A very big event in his life after graduation. Tell us. Give us a soup. You don't know anymore? So you forgot? We'll go back to the prosecutor's office. Barack, could you tell us about your family drama? not even class at the turn of the century. What do you see, Naruto? She's been waiting all day to go to the exhibit. She's been patient. She stood around for 4 hours in the Chief Justice's office. It's gonna close soon. It's like, what, 6 p.m. now? So now's the only time to go to the Great Exhibition. Experiment stage? But first, can we go back to the prosecutors and ask about their big life event? No. No, we cannot. That remains a mystery. Just gonna say hi. We said hi, not bye. The Great Exhibition grounds, foot of the crystal tour. There is residue of something of the before. A brass crossbow from a Dwemer automaton. Two hours of walking. And there's a damage to the crystal tower. Gregson? I heard question marks. Up on the stage, argument. Gregson and Schultz? Oh, Gregson and Gina. See, Gina has been killed by the Reaper. Your ladyship. I know, Gregson, fish about to fall off. Hold up. He was offended too, all of us were? I mean, it kind of makes sense for him, because he was willing to make back deals. With the, not really the accused, but the true killer. Trading state secrets. Not really trading state secrets. More like trading confidential information about a crime scene to secure something for the government. But still. Paid vacation, slap on the wrist, basically. Naturlich. Charge for the ball there. At least I get to keep 2 bobs on me. Again, how exactly did that case lead to his suspension? Give me the details, game. What exactly happened? What was the point of contention? A detective apprentice? Inspector Lestrade now. For all of us, what happened? Is Scotland Yard not allowed to investigate this issue? Does the chief prosecutor want it to be an open-shut case? For not guilty? And now she has turned cop. The truncheon and arrest said orphans. The apprentice system sure is amazing. Oh no, we could just tell her what happened. We know what happened to Dr. John H. Wilson. If you tell them now, then she'll be absolved of that obligation, right? Well, naturally, it's his job as an inspector, investigator, detective, to know what people don't want known. Yeah, and yet she's still alive. A monster-reformed pickpocket who's now self-appointed detective inspector, really making way with a new apprenticeship. One thing that I noticed, the game starts off. It's February, when we land in Britain, after a few months, so I forget when the first case takes place in, but either way, it begins at the start of the year, and now here at the tail end. Susanna was still 16, which means either nobody's birthday is update, or her birthday's either Sagittarius or Capricorn. Still 10, still 34. Most everybody has the same age as when they were first introduced. So most everybody is going to be either Sagittarius or Capricorn, since nobody's aged in this entire 8-month period. Except you have, from 17 to 18. So one person in the game, one person alone, has had a birthday at some point during the year. Because pretty sure everyone else is the exact same. You're still 34, eternally 10, 16 for the start, 53, 33, that's all the same. Only one allowed to have a birthday. Better experiment here. Which means Gina is going to have to be one of the eyewitness testimonies. Oh. Little sneak, using that excuse to enjoy the exhibition as much as you want. But made her an eyewitness at least. From above even, from this vantage point. Gina knows exactly what's up. Become a cop, to take advantage of special privileges. Well, it's a success in which it tore a man to pieces. It just didn't do the put him back together part. Just like in the diorama, not the diorama, the miniatures in the office. Except the miniatures had him off to the side by a balloon, unless there was a completely different body. So this seems less like it deconstituted him, beamed him across, and planted him reconstituted into the Crystal Tower, more that the explosion just launched his body. He was just launched like a bullet. That's what I'm thinking. Part of the experiment. Diagram showing the relative positions of the Crystal Tower and Professor Hairbrain's machine that exploded. Alright. I still think he was merely launched. Boom. Bam. And not actually beamed up, shot across, then dead. Nah, nonsense. Just the word machine. Is that for safety reasons? Or is that because that science would ever act, and it hasn't been proven to be murder or accident yet? So, to preserve the scientific secrets, it's not allowed to be touched until it gets branded a murder weapon? Forensic investigation team? We actually have a forensic investigation team on the ground now? This forensic investigation team, though, is very likely directly under the authority of the Chief Justice. Everything new is going to be conspiracy to me. You could look up now. Which is it? H and N for up and down? It really is an awkward position. Waltzed to move the cursor around. HNBM. Or look up, down, left, right, when there's a perfectly valid IKJL right here. I and K at least are right on top of each other. H and N are offset. Let's fix this. Cursor is waltzed. Rotate evidence is arrows. Look. I mean, I guess it's fair enough that because it's a 3DS, you have 3 different things to move around. But it's a bit awkward. Nothing else is on IJKL, are they? No, nothing else is. But let's get this weird thing out of here. Who even chose HNBM? Exhibits inside the tower too? Oh my goodness. And a zoo. Really? Crystal glass shower. Well, so one thing the Brits love doing is queuing. Balloons? We can look at balloons. And have Iris, Whinge, and Envy. Rihanna's gay. Too pure. There's that, but first, can't look at this either. Hedges have nothing. Maya faced something similar. Back in the final case of Trials and Tribulations, the darkest spot is right under the lantern, I think? The garden lantern? Ladder up. Or stairs. Stairs or step stairs? I didn't realize clicking stairs meant go up. Thought that was just to examine the stairs. There was still at least one thing to look at downstairs, too. Could I investigate back the downstairs? Got the one last thing. There's an up and down here too. Cool. But where's stairs? There's no stairs, I'm stuck! He's a thing to examine now, that's pretty interesting. And not somebody to converse with. He's gone. Where'd your apprentice go? Iris, you ask him. Can't speak through Iris. Okay, back to experimentation stage. Cool, back to the ground. Because I want to see this and this. The two most standout things. Yeah, Caesar drummer crossbow. Mysterious contraption. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Given Iris's interest, Gina's interest and expression, probably hid it to sell. Maybe hot air balloon? No. Thick, durable, canvas. So maybe. I'm a bit biased now because the miniatures in the prosecutor office included a body laying down next to a hot air balloon. One piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber, found under the experimentation stage at the exhibit grounds. Scorch marks at the edges. First, what do we got here? See, it's a crossbow. It is a very image of a crossbow. Classic Romer crossbow, collapsible, to fit upon the automatons. A crossbow, weapon found hidden behind the tree. Under the experimentation stage, blah blah blah. It turns out that it's a folding crossbow. I'm amazed his ear hasn't been lopped off. So accurate and strength. Maybe she sent a balloon? Maybe hit some mechanism? A green raincoat. Oh no. It was Miss Olive Green. She's been blown up. I can't believe they just killed her off like that. So we can't converse with them. A particularly steely samurai? Jam ninja? Whoa, they don't got Ferris wheels yet. But then how do you have characters prove their love for each other if they don't have Ferris wheels to shove them into? Individual debris not important. This is probably just one big thing. And yet, I'm pretty sure he was blasted. Just a child, and yet she's supposed to be a published doctor of medicine, finished university and everything by age 10, an accomplished writer, with several published magazine stops. And she's had to be doing this for a while. If we got here in February, and her publications already aided Gregson for how long, and Sholmes has his international reputation with his books coming all the way to Japan. So, she's had to be published and accomplished by maybe 5 or 6 years of age even. 6 at the latest, I'm thinking. 4 solid years to get an international reputation, at home and abroad, with ship speed propagation. Because something tells me they aren't using Morse to transcribe his books overseas. Yeah, just looking, just being tourists. We're not inspecting the thing. around the machine too. Do we get to do a full 360? Cool, the mesh. A screwdriver, that's it. It's a screwdriver, it's not part of the machine. Unless it is. Maybe the A stands for Asmon, and it's really Odai Asmon's ornate zipper. And off he goes. We can't investigate him then, or speak to him. Oh no. Gregson's gonna make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's book. That's the last thing he wants. Rip him. Yeah, to shoot them over. Well, that's gotta be everything then. There's nothing else around here. There's more balloons in the sky. Tamari handballs. And it's just hot air. They're not helium balloons, or hydrogen, I mean. It's just hot air, they're gonna be fine. Oh, he is back already. Well, that was quick. Unless he never left at all. And then everyone, in a 3-mile radius, atomically deconstructed. Forensic stuff isn't very much a Chief Justice's darling. That's like his whole thing. More forensic technology into criminal justice to catch more criminals and prosecute them, the full letter. To send them all to the gallows or Australia. Well, this means then there's potential for anything to be covered up, as long as it's branded properly. Got a body to hide? Slap it inside some metal case, call it science. Hidden jewels. Truly the hardest job in Britain. But he gets to spend his day hanging out in the park. Sounds like a pretty cush position. Does Gregson care about the conflict of interest? No, not sealed. He does have Naruto as his defense, so if anything, his acquittal is sealed. What if Kazuma, because he's been separated from his sword, on top of being concussed, has become an amnesiac and so doesn't realize who he is? Who he himself is? Again, that is the point of the criminal justice system, of the court system. If you already know that someone is for sure a criminal, and so you want to push the right verdict through, then what's the point of having a court system? You have a proper prosecution, a proper defense. Yeah. Because of Thought Bad Zeke's Chief Justice. Well, Gina and Natsume managed to go free. McGilded, killed by what's-his-face. Watson, Wilson, if he was in the Reaper's line of sight, killed by Brett. No clue? Come on, Gregson. You wouldn't somebody look down if you didn't know. You know. Tell us. Can we go into the Crystal Tower? I suspect we can't. I suspect the safe investigation, then trial tomorrow. That lot. The FIT, Forensics Investigation Team. far as we'll get. We haven't formally accepted the defense, have we? Hurley might know something. True, true. Van Zeeks and Strom seem to be close too. Madame Tuspels. I was joking this whole time about what Kazuma had to do, but he does get to go to the Madame Tussauds Battleland. I've never been to Madame Tussauds. I don't really see the appeal of going to look at famous people made of wax. Well, there's so many other things in London. There's a zoo. There's museums, loads of museums. The Kew Royal Botanical Gardens, Leebu's grave. But what is Shirley's there? Sholmesy's. Hurley Sholmesy's. Shirley's. Think it's not evidence? Is that how it connects? Did they see Odai walk into the device? Maybe it was a sophisticated wax apparatus, and there is a mesh at the bottom of the machine. Maybe what happens is you have the wax Odai standing in the device, and the engineer was arranged by Odai. I know it's Odie, but whatever. Odie arranges the engineer to make the device, and this is a criminal investor. Maybe the scheme is they build this on the cheap to look fancy and impressive, and ultimately what it does is either blow up or overheats to the point where it melts the wax Odai. And then the real Odie shows up in the Crystal Tower, be like, oh my goodness, wow. It is a miracle. I have transferred across space to this place. Then secures a government grant, and then squeezes Hairbrain for that grant money. That could be it. And then something goes horrifically wrong. Madame Tuspels. The Waxworks exhibits. Yeah, never been to Madame Tussauds. Never been to the Sholmes Museum. Oh my goodness. Is that... what's his name? The Bobby. The narcoleptic Bobby. Dead bodies and wax. He's so... he lets things get to his head so much. Are you suggesting that is what happened here? Should I turn the special costumes off? He does look ridiculous in this. An arm, hello. That does not look kosher. Is it actually though? Can we confirm it? Touch it. It's on the floor? Is that an actual exhibit? Exactly, poke it now. To spell special exhibits. Can we? Because I want to see what's attached to that arm. I really want to know. What's that? Please do not touch the statues. Well, I don't know if that's a statue or not. Okay, we'll start from the left. The most anime murder of Great Britain. Jane the Whipper. You know, I won't blame him for getting so freaked out just by waxworks. When I was a wee babe and we came to America for the first time, part of that trip was going to San Francisco, and they had this one exhibit that was like kind of like a haunted house thing, I'm not really sure. It was kind of like that, where you go in and it's all spooky, dioramas and such. But I was just freaked out seeing a skeleton on the outside of the window, that everything on the inside was amplified terrifically in my young child mind. So alright Naruhodo, your first time seeing stuff like this, you could be scared. It's always scary the first time. But then why have the bathtub? What does the bathtub represent? Iris. That's already what he's worried about. Oh, that's it for the Bobby. We can't interact with him yet. A ladder. The first actual ladder, I think. Opportunity killers. You got Jane the Ripper on one end, Jack the Ripper here. Sujigiri. Sujigiri. A Japanese term for a practice with a samurai. After saving a new katana or developing a new fighting style or weapon, tests its effectiveness by attacking a human opponent, usually a random defenseless passerby, in many cases during nighttime. The practitioners themselves are also referred to as Sujigiri. 1696 killing spree. Only known incident where a very large number of people were indiscriminately killed in the Edo period was a 1696 Yoshiwara killing spree. The 100 Yoshiwara Slash, where wealthy lord Sano Jirozayamon had a psychotic fit and murdered dozens of prostitutes with a katana in Yoshiwara, the red light district of Edo. Despite his class and heritage, he was treated by authorities as a spree killer, and was later sentenced to death and executed. Good. Of course so, Naruhodo. When the woman abandoned is doing it, she's a psychotic killer, you can tell by the way she holds a knife. When a man's holding it, is this your tradition of testing your weapon on an innocent passerby? Model doing the Sujigiri. There's nothing else to look at. Alright, Sholmes. It can't be just wax. Just flexing while the murder takes place. I just realized he doesn't have a shadow. Neither him nor the Bobby have shadows. Straight up killed him. No, see, that's the wax. That's the wax respiring. It looks like it's moving. Or that's just the moisture in the wax being released, contracting the wax. Yeah, see, that's just the respiration of the wax. A great murder scene to enjoy. Truly predicting the era of true crime podcasts. Temporary waxwork secret. Is that Madame Toussaint's real secret, that everyone is an actor? They find all the buskers doing the human statue trick at the park, hire them up to play waxwork statues during the day. Even the pipe has been upgraded. What if I save and quit here? Options. Back to title. It does upgrade the pipe, or change the pipe. Cool. Maybe I will keep them off in this case. We haven't really seen the bonus costumes all that much. By which I mean they've been off this whole time. Something afoot in the walls of this museum. We're gonna play deduction game with the arm. It's 4 or 5. We've got plenty of time to finish this off. No deduction game then? Just being statue? Oh, you are gonna speak, okay. 3 years ago. So she came to London from Paris in the late 1800s, and yet her shop is still open. That woman is ancient. Is it really all that great? The only time I hear of Madame Tussauds is when they open up, like, some new politician or celebrity. Which kind of makes it sound like that one, what is it, Epcot Center in Disney World? With the animatronic presidents. So it doesn't really inspire much interest. I don't see myself visiting Britain anytime soon. Considering no longer dating British, and no longer seeking to teach in Britain. But I guess couldn't hurt to stop by Madame Tussauds if I do ever go back again. Going to require a winning lottery ticket to afford that extravagance for traveling. You see, it turns out that being an independent consulting detective doesn't pay the bills, so we have to take up the busker work of being a human statue. Yep, he's busking. Oh no. Detective consulting really doesn't pay the bills. You see, Sholmes, all he had to do was allow those couple of manuscripts to actually get published. Tell us about Van Zeek's. Spill the salad. About your history with them. We know you have a connection. One full ketchup later. The unavoidable what? And an interruption? Hello, cool new person. Madame Tuspel herself, I assume? No. You? Is Madame Tuspel? Oh. Tuspel. Hence witch, aesthetic. Are we going to get to deduction game with her? Integrating the fallen arm behind the curtain? Esmeralda Tuspels. Do it, Madame Tuspel, do it. Maybe we'll get that information in court tomorrow. Enough on our plate, and the time considerations. It's gonna be a shame where, as the newest character introduced, she's gonna end up being either the killer or somebody connected to the killer. And by asking something afoot, we get roped into one final deduction game for the day. Yes, we saw the flashbacks. Oh no, we didn't. This is different flashbacks. Well, in a genre that often flashbacks to 5 seconds ago, could excuse me for assuming this is going to be him saying that he busks for a shilling. Unforeseen circumstances being... Well, the Great Exhibition isn't exactly unforeseen, but maybe that's motive for her. The Great International Exhibition is soaking up all the customers, and so if she causes some horrible scenario there, then people can stop going, either from their own disgust and apprehensions, or because it becomes a crime scene they're not allowed in. And where else to go but Madame Tussauds? Let's begin deduction. It has to involve the Bobby over there, the fallen over arm, It was her own powers introduction? $50 for the protective. It's a song. They're doing the music. Maybe it's the McGilded killing? No, that's not McGilded's arm. Don't tell me the arm broke off the statue. That's why no one's allowed back there. Only a soup coin? I don't have a soup coin. Number 139. Eerie. I don't think I recognize them. It's not Beppo. A perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not wax. It's two conclusions. Always serious crime. Maybe they were just having a salacious assignation behind the curtain. There's no crime in that. And the poor fellow simply spent. What? Banknotes. Looking to your right. Could have, but where's the crime again? I think she did sell him. Sold him to stand in for Odie in the device. Looking to her left now. Not the banknotes. Again, where's the crime? It's perfectly fine. He had buyer's regret, fell over. Oh, he doesn't get to maintain his special costume with the photograph part. Almost a shame. young man being the Bobby. Behind you, Shrooms, right behind you. Wait, no, that's too old to be the Bobby. Hold up. But he's got a price tag in his ear. Huh. But he's also got a ribbon around his arm. A yellow ribbon. I don't know, Schultz. We gotta course correct this. Conclusion discovered already. Nah. Yes, just douse him. Is that wrong, Naruto? Otter mole. Otter mole, pronounced like guacamole. Do it, Spells, do it! What I get to see Naruto in his new outfit? Doing things in first person means we haven't actually seen it. Her own money. Looking to the left. I think it's to the man lying on the floor, not the sign. Wouldn't sell her waxworks, really? Well, that just means it's gonna be worth a lot of money then, wouldn't it? The gas lamps. Hold up. Note on the wall, 200 pounds. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for a safe return is 200 pounds. So, the wax figure was kidnapped. Added updates. You can't just see, oh, it's 200 pounds, it must be this. No, we have to read it first. To confirm, it's a ransom note.
Take that!
Hey, there's this. He's got a little mouse friend on his shoulder. Oh my goodness. Special importance. Is this man the ransomer? And you attacked him, or you attacked assuming he was? Maybe he was struck by something and is a bludgeon to her left. The shocking blow after all. Hurley's trying so hard. Wax figures? Anything in the bathtub? Oh, it's on her, isn't it? I'm looking around everything in the environment, not realizing that the focus is on her. Okay, is it... Oh, she's got her own reagents on her belt. An arm? That's not the hand of Madam. That's... being held by her hand. And it's a different color. It's twice the size of her own hand. It's very nice of her to let us circle around her and peek up her clip like this. A shocking bludgeon from a waxwork hand. Nice of her, by the way, to carry this on her person and not hide it someplace. Grizzly. Remove the arm as a souvenir? Really? The waxwork location. It has to be the device, the electronic, kinetic, human decomposer, deconstructor. What else is he holding? Ah, I do believe the poor Bobby had his arm ripped off.
Take that!
He doesn't have his armband here though. So when he pushes his armband up, there's nothing. He's exchanged his armband for a cute mousy friend. maybe it is the Bobby from that one case ages back, and he's simply been sleeping for so long that he's turned gray, or the rigors of young marriage has aged him so quickly. He's got the allure that maybe this is the cop, the actual cop. Maybe it's a threepence for the scarf. Oh, his leg's moving. Such lifelike waxworks. He's tapping in Morse. Whether or not the old man is waxwork. That'd be the twist thing, if we're proving whether or not he's wax. It's a scarf, that's all it is. Yeah, exactly. It's a secret activity, the theft of the waxwork, the theft of the arm, or being bludgeoned with the arm. Remain a mystery, but I think I know exactly where it is now. Because nothing's coincidence if it's brought up in the investigation phase. It's gotta come up again in the trial as part of the method for how Mr. Odie has transferred locations. Unless he was just blown up and deconstituted, and what the police are investigating is a waxwork. Anywho, two cute characters introduced this chapter so far. Professor Hairbrain and Two Spells. Oh, it's gotta be. There's a note and everything? Unless she's involved in providing a wax double for Odie, and she simply planted the note as a way of exonerating her. He did get the 50 shilling consultation fee for solving this, didn't he? Just a collapse man. Tell us about the kidnapping. And that poor wax figure, cream of the crop for pride and joy, is probably sitting as a pool of wax in the bottom of the apparatus. There are some mechanical parts to her waxworks though. There's at least a socket and a joint for the socket. There could be metal frames too, so maybe bits of metal and whatnot at the crime scene are also evidence of the waxwork. The professor Barak van Zeek's graduate university. Was his family one of the victims? All this to learn a bit more about Van Zeek's Edward's past. But the waxwork statue missing is also going to be definitely important. I know it. 5 victims killed. That's it? Just 5 victims? Gripped the country, gripped the whole capital? Is it because it's 5 upper crust people? And oh no, that's so much more heinous. Whitehall's finest. See, so only because they're British aristocrats, but if he kills 50 peasants of the East End, no one's gonna care? Van Zeeks. Clint Van Zeeks. Is that whose painting is immortalized above his office? Older brother. He had his own senpai. And are you and Van Zeeks close because of your contributions to that case? And now all we gotta do is head to the prison and confirm that we're gonna defend the cute hairbrain, right? Are we witnessing this, or is this another aside that the detached eyeballs of the disembodied player get to see? He really is a cutie, oh my goodness. Alright, so you've already confirmed Edward's defense. Van Zeeks, I'm sure you have full confidence in this. You're not going to hold your punches, but you have confidence we are going to get him off. Okay, now I see his belt. His belt has cross swords on it. So he doesn't have a B belt. Or maybe didn't. But his brother doesn't have a B in his name. Van Zeeks here does, being Baroque. And that goes for all of you too, because this is the great place to stop off. Having finished Memoirs of the plot of Kokoro, I completed the investigation for here, so when they say tomorrow for the trial, they mean tomorrow. So yeah, that is gonna be it. Trial 1, Part 1 of the Return of the Great Departed Soul is going to be tomorrow. For now, I am going to let myself enjoy a much-needed bathroom break again. Music, come back. Thank you. And find someone to toss you all onto for a little beta-sized host. I know Cage just come on, but who else is online now? Dr. CDCS? Ooh, who might be finishing Diablo? Aquas doing ActRaiser. If Aquas was doing more of that train game, and then he is definitely getting a host. I guess today it is going to be Dr. CDCS. But yeah, as expected, these cases are picking up. A much more proper Ace Attorney pacing to them. So, gonna have fun tomorrow, piecing out how this case is going to assemble itself, and the mysteries therein. Host Dr. CDCS. So thanks for hanging. Always means a lot, whether it's for a long time, a little time, or just peeking in. It's always cool. Enjoy the rest of your nights. And I am going to enjoy mine, tossing myself into more of that King of Dragon Pass. Because I am thoroughly hooked. But yeah, take care, see you folks around, and see you next time.